Guess who's back? Back again. Escape route's back. He refuses to take time out for anyone ever again, for any reason, ever again, for any reason, ever again. Essentially took a week off, and there were things I needed to do, but there were a lot of things I needed to do that didn't get done. There were a lot of things I was going to do with other people that didn't happen. So, Escape Route doesn't take time off for anyone else now. Escape Route just takes time off for himself going forwards. How is everybody? Music off. That's nice and easy. Right. Is there a like enter code? Yeah, okay, fantastic. Every Lego game starts with enter code. While I am here and while I am streaming, I want to check that YouTube is receiving the stream. It is. Okay, YouTube is receiving the stream. Restream is receiving the stream, which is obvious because YouTube is receiving the stream. Obviously. Right. Let go of my penis. Lego Star Wars Complete Saga codes. Okay. Character unlock codes. Ah, here we go. Score codes. Right. True achievements. Lego Star Wars Complete Saga. Walkthrough. Do cheats disable? You're able to use cheat codes in this game freely without consequence. Recommended codes. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. Let's get started. You know that you have started a Lego game when the first thing you do is open up the enter code menu. That's when you know that you have started a Lego game. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lego has started. So how are folks? I haven't seen you for a couple of days. The last thing that we did together was the Donkey Kong Bonanza reaction on Wednesday. That was the day I futuried to the seaside. It was very nice in Hastings. Thursday, I'd totally forgotten that I had agreed to do some DIY with IRL brother and live speedrunner Garlips. So I ended up not streaming on Thursday. Then on Friday, I was expecting to help Garlips, but that didn't happen. So then I ended up going out instead, and then Saturday was a boot fair, and by the time I got home, and I was exhausted for all the heat at the boot fair. It is what it is. I'm back now, and I want to get back into the swing of regularly streaming. So from now on, people work around me, not the other way around. I'm done working around other people. Invincibility. Almost kind of seems like a cheat, doesn't it? But it's a Lego game. What are you expecting? K J U 2 3 3, 3. Do you reckon they use like a code generator for this? Dairy Queen. Y. 8, 5, 7. Regenerate hearts. Why would I need to regenerate hearts if I have invincibility? Hey, Vlad's here. Hi, Vlad. Happy Sunday to you. I'm back. I did not want to be away for several days in a row. It is what it is. I am back now. I'm putting my foot down. I am not taking time off for nobody going forwards. He says, knowing full well that if I do stream on Tuesday, the stream will be interrupted. Because the government has decided they want to phone me in regards to my reporting of income. And I'm hoping it's just like a standard thing. Like, let's go through your bank statements and just make sure it's all you and above board. And it's like, at the end of the day, what I spend my money on is my own business, quite frankly. Like, literally. It does feel like I'm under, like, investigation. Makes you feel very, very much like you're being observed. Yeah, it's already a bit of a nanny state, this country, to begin with. But it did not feel that way. So I got that to deal with on Tuesday. But generally, I don't tend to stream on a Tuesday anyway. I've noticed that that tends to be t-shirt day. You know, getting the latest t-shirt design finalized and getting that uploaded. So I probably won't stream on the Tuesday. Right, extras. It looks like there's an achievement for getting like 4 billion studs. It is not going to take that long with all this stuff turned on. Right, we've got options. Wait, we got to play through all of these in order? We have to do... Oh, no. I was kind of hoping we could jump straight in on the Star Wars 2 stuff. You know, Star Wars... sorry, episodes 4, 5, and 6. Cheats don't block achievements in this game. In the majority of LEGO games, they don't, unless it otherwise specifically states. So... for example, LEGO Indiana Jones has some achievements that don't activate if you have Unbreakable turned on. But, again, it depends, basically. If it affects the achievements, then it will usually say so. We're going to be playing with music off, because dealing with the Batman VODs and having to go back and basically remove the majority of the music has meant that large chunks of the LEGO Batman 2 streams are, large chunks of the LEGO Batman 2 streams I've essentially had to mute. And that's very frustrating to have to deal with. It basically means that you don't even get my voice in large parts of those VODs. If you go back to watch them now, there'll be moments where the sound quality goes really bad, and there are moments where the voice just will completely cut out, sound will completely cut out. We're still in the era with no voice lines, no emotes. Yes, so the first LEGO game to have, well, the first, let's call it modern LEGO game, a Traveler's Tales LEGO game to have voices was LEGO Batman 2, which we played recently. So this is much further back. This is, I want to say, 07. Let's see. Struggling to find a date on this. It says copyright 2005 to 2013. Copyright 2005 to 2013. It says on here. So I think it's because it's a re-release from a billion years in the future. Well, to get most things in this game, you have to play through in free play anyway, right? So I probably won't bother to get, like, every collectible on the first time through the stages. Even just beating them and getting True Jedi is enough. 2007, I thought so. It's weird that the box says 2013. Like, not even 2013, it's like 20013 on the back of the box. It's very strange. I assume that's because this is a Classics re-release, and maybe there's some sort of, like, strange formatting going on the box. But yeah, that's why it doesn't say 07. I had a feeling it was 07 based on the first one being, like, 05, and then LEGO Star Wars 2 being like 06, so it makes sense that like a year later. Well, Traveler's Tales were always like pretty good at just doing effects for stuff, you know? Specifically all the stuff that John Burton's worked on. Hate the guy, but, you know, you can't, like, argue with the craft, you know. Sonic 3D Blast pulling off pre-rendered stuff on the Mega Drive. Pre-rendered 3D. Toy Story doing pre-rendered 3D on the Mega Drive. You've got, like, Madagascar on the PS2 having, like, real-time lighting and all sorts of, like, fancy stuff that looked really good for PS2. You had all that stuff on Crash as well, because it was the same engine, pretty much. I forgot this game had, like, saber power-ups and stuff like that. It's been a billion years since I played both this and LEGO Star Wars 2. LEGO Star Wars 2, I've 1K'd on Xbox 360. This one, I have not got the 1K in. I have one achievement. It is an achievement you first get in level 2. Jar Jar joins your team, and if you beat him up 20 times, you get an achievement. And I have that achievement. So when I last played this game, walk up to friendly characters and press Y to take control of them. Friendly characters. Like these? No. Somebody is, like, drilling or sawing out there. And I think it's coming up on the mic. You got to possess... Oh! Well, I do say, that was a very good guess and or well-known thing that you knew. It's strange having, like, characters that you can just control. Again, that's kind of... I don't know, my memory of the first LEGO Star Wars is not great. That soaring sound. I might have to close the windows, and I really don't want to have to do that on a hot summer's day. Really don't want to have to do that on a hot summer's day. I might have to. Doesn't come through on the mic? Okay, that's good enough for me then. I'll let it slide. Can't switch to them unless they're nearby. That is really awkward. Come on. You telling me you can't reach that? You stupid son of a bitch! Is that like, is that glass in front of that? You know what? I said I wasn't gonna worry about this. It's all relevant. Going, you know, like once I'm in free play. That's the only time it matters. Right now, all that matters is getting to the end of each level and making story progress right now. They put an invisible wall there. This kind of makes me wish I was just playing Jedi Power Battles instead. I don't remember there being this much stacking. But, like, it has been so long since I played the original, so... For all intents and purposes, this is the same game as on the PS2, just in HD. There are some slight differences in the engine, from what I understand. There's a whole bunch of, like, very specific tricks you can only do in the Xbox versions of these LEGO games. Deckers. Hate droid deckers so much. Ah! So frustrating. I wasn't so sure I was ready for another LEGO game, but as soon as I sink my teeth into this, I realized, yes, I am ready. And furthermore, because this is, you know, relatively straightforward and early, it's not going to be quite as overloaded, I think, with content. modern Lego games are, like, really hard to get into. This will probably be a bit more streamlined. True Jedi. That. Yeah. You can't skip through these. This was before they let you mash A to skip through all this stuff. It was before they added that. All episodes are now unlocked. All right. So they make you play the very first level before all the levels get unlocked. Okay. What benefit does it serve? I guess. Invasion of Naboo. The Trade Federation has launched a full-scale attack on the peaceful world of Naboo. General Pepper has ordered the Star Fox team to investigate. I suppose that is a point, yeah. You can't make the Battle of Hoth a tutorial. If you want proof, check out Shadows of the Empire, where the first level is Battle of Hoth, and, like, that game really would have benefited from a tutorial. We're about to get Jar Jar Banks. Philip Banks. Again, why am I bothering with flowers and stuff? It's irrelevant. All that matters is making story progress to begin with. Come back in free play once I've beaten the story completely, and then that way I've got access to all the characters. It's Jar Jar! You saved Ami's life! Oh boy, we rescued Howie Mandel. Right, so there's an achievement for killing him 20 times. Now, I've actually done that already. Apparently, I did the kill him 20 times. When I played this back in God knows when on a pirated copy. Well, I mean, I assume it was a pirated copy, because the achievement in question has no date tied to it. And that's typical of when I played an Xbox game offline. And the only reason I would have been playing an Xbox game offline, generally, is if it was a burned copy. So I have one achievement in this from God knows when, way back when. And that achievement is killing this son of a bitch 20 times. It's one man, Jar Jar. It's Jar Jar's a Jar Jar. Jar Jar's a Jar Jar. Oh, I think they're telling me that Gungans can jump higher. Yeah. Kind of like women in Indiana Jones, Lego Indiana Jones. It looks like a crash stage. Yeah, I could see it. Jar Jar doesn't have an attack? There probably is a little bit of a through line, because of course why are you jumping like that, Jar Jar? Just jump from there anyway. Seeing as there probably was some of the team that had worked on Crash 4. Real Crash 4, not the recent Crash 4, but the real Crash 4, the one that was released on PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. The real Crash 4. Was it Wrath of Cortex? Revenge of Cortex? Yeah, it does bother me that they called the new one Crash 4, because that implies that it's good enough to be Crash 4. That implies that it is the natural progression of that gameplay style, right? If you're gonna have a numbered entry in a series, then the game has got to feel like it could be the next numbered entry in that series, right? Gone are the days of The Legend of Zelda and then The Legend of Zelda 2. You know, one is a side-scrolling platformer, one is a top-down adventure game. Gone are the days of that. Generally speaking now, games follow like a sensible trend. They have a similarity with what they're supposed to be, right? And then again, maybe not, because like Resident Evil 7 ended up being like a first-person shooter after like all the Resident Evils before it were like third-person survival horror. I think it makes sense for the numbered entries to be like a natural development of where the idea, where the gameplay idea sort of germinates from. It's like Max Payne 1, Max Payne 2. If Max Payne 2 was a kart racing game, you'd have questions, wouldn't you? Like, drastic example, sure. Maybe we's are friends. You know what? This... Oh, you can mash through after the first one. So, another thing that, like, connects it then with what we're playing right now is like Lego Star Wars 3, which is the Clone Wars one, doesn't feel like a natural development. Like, you've got Lego Star Wars and you've got Lego Star Wars 2. Oh, sorry. And they follow in a way that feels like genuine sequels. And then you've got Lego Star Wars 3, which doesn't feel like a genuine sequel. It already feels like over-encumbered. Got like the introduction with the battle in that Colosseum. And like it's incredibly overcomplicated and you're taking control of monsters and it's like hugely complicated. For like a series that up until then was haha, run around, destroy thing, press button. Hey Johnny, how's it going? Hi Johnny. Hopefully we are back to regular streaming going forward from today. The past week I took a lot of time off. Time off to get things done that I didn't get done. And time off to do things with other people, and then those things didn't happen. But overall, things should hopefully be back to sensible going forwards. I wish I could say it was a recharge. I really do wish I could say that. What I really need this coming week is just for a lot of confusion to be cleared up. Like, ideally. So, at the start of this month, the government wanted me to send them proof of ID along with bank statements as evidence that I am not engaging in fraud. That I am actually actively building a business and, you know, the money I'm receiving, I'm not, like, using it for fraud. I submitted the documents for that, and then I still am expected to have a phone call with them. And I've looked online, and generally speaking, it is sort of understood that this is normal, and even if they don't think there's anything wrong with your reporting, they'll still, you know, ask you to phone them. But it is kind of like it weirdly feels like I'm being singled out, even though it's standard operating procedure. Genuinely feels like I'm being singled out. So what I really want is just some sense to be made regarding that, so I know what's going on, right? Because I think I report just fine. You know, I think I've given them all the information they need. It seems weird to me that they need to phone. And then the way it's worded in the journal makes it sound like they're expecting a lot from me. Like, this meeting could take up to 1 hour. This appointment is to check to see if we need you to provide any more information. Like, why am I the one under fire here? Catch the people engaging in actual criminal activity, not, like, people who are just trying to get by. It just feels like I'm being singled out, it's like... I like the way you think. It's just once I have a straight answer what's happening in regards to that, I will feel a lot better. Yeah. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's not Occam's razor, is it? That the simplest answer is usually the Occam's razor. So it is Occam's razor. That the simplest answer is usually the correct one. Yeah, I suspect it's just they'll go through the bank statements, they'll ask me something along the lines of, are you engaging in theft/scam fraud? Which case, no. And that'll probably be it. At the end of the day, what I spend my money on is my own business. It already bothers me that they can see my bank balance, you know, and my bank statements. You know, I'm not bothered about what the person from DWP who's, you know, asking for this information on me is spending their money on. I can give two shits. Do you plan a powder keg plot? Like, oh no, that's so passé. I would just cancel them on social media. That's way more effective. So yeah, once I know what that's about, I will feel a lot better. And then there's another thing that I would like to have cleared up this coming week. So I'm gonna have to get on the blower to the union because I never quit. I never quit the union that I was with GMB when I was kicked from Wilco. I stayed with the union because there was an understanding that the union was working to get Lisa Wilkinson in trouble for arranging a golden parachute and not following due process when making everybody redundant, which, funnily enough, she did not do. She did not follow due process. So as a result of that, that has finally come to fruition, and it is understood that I will at some point receive 4 days' wages. Equivalent to 4 days' wages at Wilco. So assuming that's just the 11.44 standard min wage, nat min wage. I used to do 8-hour days, so that's 24 hours. That's some tasty money, right? But I just want to know, as you say, legal things take a long time to resolve, right? Wilco could appeal, Lisa Wilkinson could appeal, which would slow that down, you know, especially if she's already spent the money that she stole from all of us that were working our asses off. Allegedly stole. Need to be careful here, because Lisa Wilkinson knows her way around a courtroom. So I need to be careful what I say here. She could easily appeal it. and then it would be longer. I would have to wait. So I want to find out things like, do I still have to be a member of the union to get this money? Is there sort of a rough estimate on when I'm expected to receive this? Like that sort of thing. If it's, you still have to be a member of the union, well, at which point, I'll have paid more into the union than I'll get back.
Roger, roger.
It becomes a sunken cost fallacy at that point. I can't believe you're also streaming Complete Saga. I just streamed it myself yesterday. Cool. I was looking at my shelf. What 360 game do I want to start for achievements today? I had a look at it, and I decided Complete Saga. I was going to pick up Family Guy, but Family Guy I'm going to save for sort of like during the week time. That's when we'll start Family Guy. And the reason for that is people are more likely to be on autoplay during the week. So if my stream is literally called Family Guy Funny Moments, I'll probably get favored by the autoplay gods. That's the theory. I've got the Family Guy multiverse game, and I would like to let's check that I'm still connected to it. So I am. Okay. I would like to do the Family Guy multiverse game, sort of maybe start that during the week. I don't know, because we still got 2 worlds to finish. I've been kind of playing that the wrong way. I've kind of been playing that wrong. Lego Batman 2 we finished. We've done Brave. We've done Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, it's nice to see so many games ticked off that we've started and ticked off. I figured this would be relatively straightforward to 1K. You are the boy! Oh! I have the thing. Your Republic credits no good here. They're not Republic credits, they're Republic Dactari. Republic credits no good. Republic Dactari. So I forgot how these sections played. Like, I can't remember if I have to actually win or not. If I just have to, like, survive. Because in the context of the movie, you're gonna lose the race anyway. Go to comfort food. I would say donuts. They destroy me. Like, supermarket donuts, like, ruin my gut. But, like, I see cheap donuts. You know what? I've had quite a bit of kefir recently, and kefir is quite nice. I don't remember Lego Star Wars 1 being so simple, actually. It's kind of refreshing in a way. How simple this is. Yeah, I've had some kefir. So there's a local thing where they get like out-of-date goods and short-dated stuff, and they're available for people in the community to have, basically at no cost. Like, it's better than throwing them out, right? They had some kefir in, and they had some grapes. I was like, yeah, kefir and grapes. So I poured some kefir over some grapes. That was really nice. And then, because I had some kefir left over, what I did was I took the kefir, I put some of my oat milk in with it, mixed it together to make a smoothie, and put some bananas in there. Made myself like a banana and kefir oat milk smoothie, and that was really nice. Yeah, it's a local community thing, and it's always like fresh things. You know, like fresh things that have gone off, if that makes any sense. Like how grapes would be, you know, a fresh food. Bread, crumpets are like fresh foods. Yogurts, that sort of thing. The stuff that, you know, have a sell-by, not a best before. And because the places can't sell them anymore, what they do is they just give them to this charity, and then you could just walk down there and take something. And that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I had some kefir and some grapes, and that was really nice. I can run faster than your pod racer. The boy win. Here's your 500 duck daddies. I see what people mean about, like, these games feeling streamlined. Like, before they added voiceover and, like, elaborate cutscenes. Oh. Chapter 5. Retake Theed Palace. On Coruscant, Queen Amidala has found the Galactic Senate corrupted by Trade Federation influence and mired in bureaucracy. Yes, this really sounds like something kids would enjoy. Frustrated, she has returned home to Naboo. Together with Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Captain Panaka, R2-D2, and the young pod racer from Tatooine, Anakin Skywalker, Queen Amidala now plans to infiltrate the Royal Palace and capture the evil Trade Federation Viceroy. I think we got a hard cutoff today of 3 p.m. So I'll be able to stream for 3 3/4 more hours. Right, so to comment on that, Rush, yes, generally speaking, even a best before or sell by, the product is usually good for another couple of days, generally speaking, unless the air gets in. And then on other things, for example, here I've got some Moist Critical G Fuel. This went out of date in November of last year. And you know, the can is sealed, therefore the drink is good in there for another year, at least. In terms of something like a sugar-free G Fuel, that shit's good for another year. So really, it depends on the product. Like fresh things like fresh fruit, milks, cheeses, that sort of thing, bread. It's not going to last anywhere near as long. But, you know, canned stuff, generally fine. Like, maybe if it's not 50 years old, like some of the stuff that Ashens will eat. yeah, milk products, I found that, that I don't really trust, like, milk-based stuff anyway. That nowadays I tend to avoid stuff with lactose in unless I need to have it. Not that I am particularly lactose intolerant, like, not heavily, but, you know, my body doesn't like it, so I tend not to eat a lot of milk stuff generally, just because my body can be a bit fussy about it. As a family, we've moved on to oat milk. See, I saw a video of someone eating 25-year-old canned spaghetti and meatballs. They said it was fine, if not a little off-flavored. Yeah. I mean, it's, at the end of the day, it's up to you if you want to take that risk or not, but canned stuff will generally be fine. And the majority of stuff that's in cans and tins tends to be cooked in the tin it's sold in, right? Not when you cook it at home, but I mean during the tinning and canning process, you know. Things are generally cooked inside the tin, inside the factory when it's being made. So, you know that any goomblies and bad bacteria in it died anyway. So it's probably fine to eat. But like all these things, you decide whether you're going to take that risk or not. Yeah, I didn't think dog food looked tasty until I watched, like, Mad Max 2, and, you know, Max is like, out the giant tin of dog food. I'm like, yeah, that actually looks pretty good. I'm like, oh yeah, give me that. It's like, fuck yeah, dog food. That looks good. Small characters can crawl through vents. I can crawl faster than your pod racer. Boy, deckers. Hate these things. I always thought their design was cool, though. I just think it's funny that, like, canonically they're, like, the most powerful droid. They're, like, even Jedi, like, trained Jedi struggle to defeat them. Quite possibly. I mean, we can check it next time I find a hatch. We can try to. Oh, R2D2 isn't. Ah. Maybe you need like a little bit more like. A little bit more tactile? Yeah. Maybe you need to be a little bit more malleable to get through those tunnels. Oh. Turn it into a picture of Pappy. I assume that's like dark Jedi powers, the red. The evil force. Maybe I can... Ah, that's how. I didn't actually mean to destroy R2 there, right. Can't take those boxes all the way down that tunnel, can I? Can't open this. Why didn't the Empire use droids? Are they stupid? Did the Empire not use droids? Can't shoot these, can I? Ah. You see, here's the thing. The droideca didn't exist when the early Star Wars movies were made. So they didn't know about the droideca then. And they couldn't retroactively add them in the special edition. I'm going to retroactively add the droideca. Ah, right, I see. There's a lot George Lucas didn't consider when making Star Wars. I want to know how selling Star Wars worked out for him in the end, because I'd probably be furious if I had, sold Star Wars and then it ended up becoming what it is today. Think about all that money I missed out on, and, But I get it. He was an artist, and he wanted to pursue other creative ventures. But, how many other creative ventures has he explored? Because, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else he's done besides Star Wars. I thought he was going to go off and do his own, independent film and, I think he had the rough idea in mind for, the entire, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 when he wrote, 4, 5, 6. But Star Wars wasn't just his work, actors involved in the films were like, we're not saying that, that's stupid, and, changed their lines, improvised. And then a lot of the, punchiness of the films is down to the editing, so I think Lucas was probably like, oh, fuck. They told me to change that, and now it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Harrison Ford, from what I remember, had, this massive bit he had to remember when he was in the Death Star, dressed as a stormtrooper. And he was like, nah, fuck that. and just started improvising to get a reaction out of the other actors because his lines were, you know, he'd completely changed his lines, which confused the shit out of all the actors. Ah, fuck. I would go back and watch the theatrical versions of the Star Wars movies, maybe at some point. I'm in no rush. I don't understand why there's a grapple up there if you can just build a staircase. Okay, I get it. I have to do that to open that. I get it. Small character coming through. Won't let you, like, switch back to people who are further away. That's, like, the really boring part, I think, with this, is having to go back and... I think it's kind of cute the way that, like, Harrison Ford... British wakes up realizing he has to do the accent all day. What? This is my accent. This is how I normally speak. Hi, Roxanne. It's a very old joke. I vaguely remember there being a bit about me, like, putting on a voice. Like, Escape Route British is American, or words to that effect. Oh, right, okay. Because I thought it was a reference to this. Was this not a command for Nightbot? Apparently not. Thought it was. Thought I had a command that was along the lines of Escape Route British is clearly American, or words to that effect. Is it older than spices? We do get Old Spice over here. What do you mean older than... No, not older than any of the Spice Girls. Time for Getaway Road American. I've joked that if I ever went anywhere, like another country, then it would be like Escape Route and then the name of the place. Escape Route Deutsch. Escape Route Netherlands, you know, like Escape Route Dansk, like that sort of thing. I'm afraid of America. I'm afraid of the world. It's a good song. It checks out. It's no New Killer Star. That's probably my favorite of that era of Bowie. It's a good song. Checks out. I think he may have worked with Trent Reznor on that one. Like, that rings a bell. That might have been a Bowie Reznor joint. Yeah. That rang a bell for whatever reason. I figured that was the solution. But how do we get people up here? Huh? Okay, well, I'm not complaining if they can find their own way up here somehow. Go team. I don't have to understand it. There was like a massive flash in my eyes then, for a second, from outside. Oh, don't tell me World War III just happened. That's actually one of my biggest fears, that World War III will start while I'm live streaming this. Like, well, now what the fuck do I do? The American he's scared of is Trent Reznor. You know what? That makes perfect sense. If I was British, I would be scared of Trent Reznor too. Hold on. Better air ducts than sand ducts. Or sand in your tear ducts. Don't you think it's funny that, like, the Force powers just, like, let him know that his mother was in danger that very moment from Tusken Raiders, but, like, the Force can't give you, like, the lottery numbers. Like, the Force needs to get its priorities straight. That looks like the way up. So what's behind this one? A personification of the Force. Huh. Like Force Man. I am Force Man. Use the fork! Oh, sorry. It's been a while since I've seen that episode. I think I had that on a VHS or a DVD back in the day. Luke, be a Jedi tonight. I didn't really understand the jokes as a kid, because, like, I wasn't familiar with the musical that was being parodied. And all the other puppets. Luke, be a Jedi tonight. Look, if Luke Skywalker is meant to be Jesus, then Shadow the Hedgehog is meant to be Jesus. And that's actually not a very strange connection to make, considering that that Shadow the Hedgehog was crucified in Sonic 06. This is what they did. They crucified you. No. Chaos, fuck this. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker. I was hoping when Eggman made his announcement in the Sonic 3 movie that he would say that. I think Eggman having an announcement, you know, even though that was in Sonic Adventure 2, I think the wording being "I have an announcement" in the movie is quite a funny, dare I say, not coincidence, but intentional nod to the meme. I don't particularly dislike the writing in Star Wars or anything, especially like in the first 6, films. Yes, so not only was Eggman streaming on was it like a Spanish language website, which is funny in and of itself. He also had an energy drink brand sponsorship. Those deleted scenes, I can kind of work out why they were cut, but at the same time, I really do miss brand sponsorship Eggman advertising energy drinks, because that's funny. That's actually quite funny. I assume that's Astromech. I like this. It's way more condensed. The Lego Star Wars games have gotten really, bloated. The Force Awakens game, Star Wars Skywalker Saga, and Lego Star Wars 3 Clone Wars are, really bloated. This is, relatively compressed by comparison. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's a good answer. Have you messed around with Thug Pro? The character creator in that is pretty amazing, and you can get modded stuff like modded hats, hairstyles. They've really embellished on the functionality of that creator skater. Check it out if you haven't. Thug Pro is pretty impressive. There is 1 pixel wide where the cutscene graphic doesn't go all the way on the right, bottom right and top right for the black bars. It's Duel of the Fates. I fucking hope not. I'm hoping you can't hear any music. Ah, you can hear it in your head. That's alright then, that's fine. Because this game is a content ID nightmare. Darth Raul. Darth Raul? Hey, Jacob, how's it going? We've started Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga for Xbox 360. Only stormtroopers. Ah, right, okay. I had a feeling that I would have to play through, like, episodes 4, 5, 6 to do stuff in free play in these levels, and yeah, I do. I was able to cop the DK and Pauline amiibo. Oh, you got a pre-order for it. Nice. I will probably have to get that amiibo. One thing people didn't catch in the trailer is that they have said that you can get that outfit through standard gameplay. So I don't have to get it in order to get the Diva dress. And besides, I don't like the way the Diva dress looks. Really not a fan of it. Plus, she's wearing makeup. She's got no freckles, and that Pauline with freckles is a real cutie. And without freckles, that's kind of sad. But the amiibo itself looks really cool. Like, really, really, really cool. I watched a video by Sieve Gaming about, like, how Nintendo wants you to forget Donkey Kong 64. I'm like, really? Nintendo wants us to forget Donkey Kong 64?
Roger, roger.
DK rap.
Roger, roger.
The Rambi Rampage music was in the trailer, right? In the gameplay footage. The Nintendo 64 version of Jungle Hijinks was playing. DK Island Swing as well. It's like, come on. Nintendo wants you to forget Donkey Kong 64. Come on, Steve. Normally your opinions are pretty good, but you fucking, like, messed up there. Arturito, Citripio, and Bebocho. Ah. Tried Remedy's Firebreak. I would like to play it. I'm in no rush to renew Game Pass at the moment, but when I do renew Game Pass, I will play Firebreak, and I will see what I feel about it. I was hoping that I would get some kind of opportunity to cover it, and I haven't yet. You know, I'm not the world's biggest live service video game fan. And I'm certainly, like, not keen on the idea of a studio that predominantly makes, like, highly narrative-focused, single-player, story-based video games. Like, releasing a fucking, like, live service game. But I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm willing to give it a try. Like, I could be pleasantly surprised. Welcome Tour. I've started watching a video by Rerez on Welcome Tour, and he has already confirmed my bias that I would have been incredibly disappointed with Welcome Tour. Yeah, he's already confirmed my bias on that. Again, I think it should have been a pack-in. That's always been how I felt. Like, I got no issue with it existing. I just think it should have been pack-in. Yeah. I think it should have been a pack-in. The Nintendo of today, like, doesn't really understand the impact of, like, Reggie Fils-Aimé saying, hey, maybe Wii Sports should be packed in with the console in America. And, like, fighting for that. Like, they don't get it. The modern Nintendo is, like, respect the price. Modern games should be like full price. It's possible that Dougie floated the idea, but Dougie has also like said things that made me go, I'm not so sure you're on the side of the gamer. Mainly to do with the price of like $80 and $90 video games. Dougie was like, prices are done on a game-by-game basis, and you know, it's all down to the amount of effort and the amount of quality and content put into the game. My brother in Christ, it doesn't matter how you float it, Mario Kart World is not a $90 or $80 game. I'm sorry, it's not. As a Switch 2 owner, as a Mario Kart World owner, I can tell you now, that game ain't worth that kind of money. Let me tell you what game in your repertoire looks like it will be worth $80 and $90. Bonanza. And that's the one you're releasing for less. It doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense to me. Phantom Menace completed. So we've got our first fresh achievement in this game. So we've got this one, which doesn't have a date attached to it, which means I probably earned it offline on a pirated copy of the game some years back. And then our first fresh achievement now. Finish episode 1 in story mode. It's a shame we don't have a year tied to the old one, but I would have pinpointed that maybe about like 2010 or 2011. If it was a burned copy, it would have been about 2010, 2011. Oh my god, no, this is playing music. Ah! Someone over at Microsoft, who the fuck is playing Lego Star Wars in 2025? Then they look at it and they go, oh wait, no, this is the guy that's been playing Brave and Pirates of the Caribbean. No, if Microsoft has the time to like look at what I'm doing, then they have the time to answer my request for a PC Game Pass key. I'm just saying. You want someone who is actually going to say positive things about your service and not, like, be lying just to make people happy? It's me, because, funnily enough, I actually like Lego Star Wars. Hold on, what am I talking about? I'm getting confused here. I'm so warm. I actually like PC Game Pass. By the way, PC Game Pass has Lego Star Wars on it, currently. That's where I'm getting confused. Give that to the Game Pass key so he stops playing older stuff, so we can turn off the Xbox 360 servers. He's the only person keeping the Xbox 360 servers active. Complete Saga or Skywalker Saga? Complete Saga. Next question. Skywalker Saga has way too much going on in it. Like, for real. There's too much. There's too much content. And the levels are long and drawn out. Like, what we have observed here is that the levels in this game are, like, relatively short, contained. They have, like, sometimes they have a little gameplay gimmick tied to them, sometimes they don't. Like, they don't outstay their welcome, the same way that some of the really, really long levels in Skywalker Saga do. I find this immediately more compelling, and I don't know if it's just because, you know, it's so shrunken, it's so, like, cute and self-contained, but there's just something about this that just feels punchier than Skywalker Saga. Skywalker Saga's got some great open world stuff, and the aerial combat is really solid. But the downside to it is that some of the levels are really long. And let's put it this way, like, Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga / Lego Star Wars 1, you go to the Gungan City, it's like a single cutscene, haha, maybe we's are friends. Give you the ship, you fly away, right? You go to the Gungan City in Skywalker Saga, it's like, okay, we need to press all the switches in order. Oh no, I'm Mario now. Misa become Italian. Press all the switches. Misa think you not press all switches yet. And it ends up being like this really long, boring, like, drag of a level where it's like, press all the switches, open the doors, go to the other doors, go inside these doors and go to those doors, and it's just... I find that dull, and it's just like a further example of how they already had a Lego Star Wars game to use as reference, and the Lego Star Wars game that they had available for reference was like, was like, yeah, this is like one cutscene. They're like, yeah, no. Who wants a cutscene? I have a friend that will pursue you to the depths of hell to convince you that Skywalker Saga is best. Ah. Well, we all have a friend like that. Like, I will try my hardest to convince people Sonic 06 is a good game. And I'm fully aware that's a hard sell. How do I go back there? Me, whatever that is. It's like a marker back here. Like, I appreciate what, God, TIE Fighters! TIE Fighters don't exist yet! I appreciate what Skywalker Saga does well, but, like, a lot of people who like Skywalker Saga, I'm not saying like all of them, but a lot of people who like them played it once it was an Epic Game Store freebie, or played it on Game Pass, or, like, PlayStation Plus, right? I bought Skywalker Saga when it was new. So, I have the perspective of someone who paid, you know, a not insignificant sum of money for it. As someone who paid a not insignificant sum of money for it, I was quite disappointed by it. It really did feel like they wanted to justify, like, a full price release, so they padded it full of, like, collectibles and secrets and, you know. On the one hand, great, more content, and I totally, like, understand that angle. Like, oh yeah, more levels, more challenges. Oh great, the game is longer, which means I get, like, more out of it. Like, I totally get that. But I think, for me, if a game is going to have a lot of content like that, it just has to be meaningful. Right? Meaningful content. Like, dare I say it, an Elder Scrolls game might have, like, a whole bunch of, like, dungeons that are samey and repeated. All the dungeons in the game might be made by one person who was, you know, barely paid enough to generate 100 dungeons. But the point is, like, each dungeon you go through, there is, like, solid, enjoyable gameplay. There are, like, enemies to think about, like, the most effective way to defeat. There's loot. There's, like, rewards for your hard work. In Lego Star Wars, what is your reward? Oh, it's another gold brick towards getting all the gold bricks. Yay. It's another fucking Kyber brick. And that just, it gets to the point where that's just kind of boring. Like, there's a practical gameplay element to, like, getting some loot out of a chest or something like that. In the Lego games, though, oh, you got a gold brick, number goes up. Well, if I want number goes up, I can just play something older, where the number goes up faster. It's still rewarding to play. Yeah, so you get 15 quizzes right. You get to do another quiz. It's like, oh boy. Thanks for the reward. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm out of touch. But there is nothing, from what I have seen so far of Welcome Tour, there is nothing that seems like a compelling bonus to play Welcome Tour. She's getting away. Quick, I need that collectible. Now, one thing I will give, like, Skywalker Saga is that once you finish a segment like that segment, you're straight in the open world from that part of the city. And that does feel like immersive. That is immersive. It's like, great, now you got to find Dexter Jettster's bar or whatever, and you have to make your way there across the open world. That's kind of fun. There's a saying that Nintendo died with Iwata. Now, you see, I've heard this. I think, who was it who did a video on it recently, and it was really solid? I think it was Did You Know Gaming? And, yeah, Iwata's way of thinking and Gunpei Yokoi's way of thinking was sideways thinking with withered technology. Whenever Nintendo attempted to compete on, like, the graphics and power, like, when they tried to compete with people on graphics and power, they would struggle. And there's times when it just failed to work out for them when they did that. GameCube was not a high seller. That was a console where they really pushed graphics. Wii U was another system where they really pushed graphics. We're putting out a hardcore console for hardcore gamers. Bombed. What Nintendo have on their side this time with Switch 2 is, although it is like an impressive console from a hardware point of view, it's also still like a relatively weak console. In terms of, like, the inner hardware is still, like, relatively simple, you know, ARM-based tablet, like the Switch 1. So, like, I think the Switch 2 is going to have a better, like, performance overall. Like, eventually it's going to be, like, a massive seller. I'm a bit concerned about whoever's having a barbecue or a party out there right now and they've got loud drum and bass music playing. Let me know if that comes up on the microphone to the point where you could maybe identify the song. And then I will do what I need to do, like close windows, put fans on. Show me the clones. I'm here to see the clones. Virtual Boy, yeah, Virtual Boy's an interesting one because that was a Gunpei Yokoi idea. So, if anything, it's proof that not all of his ideas were, like, absolute genius. Right, Super Nintendo was superior in graphics, yes. I suppose there is that. I'm trying to think if there is a way that I can wrangle that to to support my argument, or if you have actually found a hole in my argument, which I think you may have. I think back then, graphics did matter more. Generally speaking, like, people wanted the arcade experience at home, right? Which was why the Mega Drive was way more successful, you know, in terms of, like, arcade experiences at home. Do you think Nintendo will change direction automatically, or do you think someone needs to step... I think the Nintendo we have today is the Nintendo we will have until, you know, whoever it is drops the nuke. Like, I think the Nintendo we have now is the Nintendo we will have going forwards. Just hopefully they will see the sales numbers on Donkey Kong and kind of like see, oh shit, people love Donkey Kong. People love, like, silly, childish, family-friendly platformers, and I'm hoping that carries. Nintendo were probably laughing when they saw Astrobot do so well on PS5. Because they're like, we're about to drop a super fun platformer that, like, totally just gets it. Okay, I have ascertained that the person playing music loudly is probably my father. Because we went from London Electricity to Return of the Mac. So, we're having a barbecue today, so... I think this is just him testing out the sound system. Yeah, firm cutoff for me at 3 PM. This game has jizz. Yeah. More predominantly in episodes 4, 5, and 6. If you could be a professional gamer, what would you like to specialize in? DokeV when it comes out. I'm going to be the DokeV guy. Hello, welcome everyone back to the Dokeverse. It's me, the Dokeverse guy. And I'm totally not going to appreciate DokeV anymore, and now all my videos are about anime, because I'm fickle. Me, I'm always about that DokeV lifestyle. Sonic Racing is already dead, but the thing is, no. Mario Kart World has the Switch 2 as its install base. Now, what is that so far? Like 8 million consoles? Like, that's pretty good. What was it, 4 million, 8 million? It was some, like, super high number. Okay, they've sold a lot of Switch 2s, right? And a lot of those people are going to buy Mario Kart World. Did you see the Sonic Crossworld Kids' Choice Awards trailer? Wait. You're telling me that at the Kids' Choice Awards, they announced the Nickelodeon characters? Who said it? I did. I said it. Yes, I've seen the trailer with SpongeBob. One thing that's bothering me about that trailer is we don't hear Tom Kenny, like, at all. We hear, like, sometime later, right? But we don't hear, like, it's me, SpongeBob, yeah, you know? And that's a little bit concerning to me, because the Nickelodeon fighting game, like the first Nickelodeon fighting game, didn't have character voices either. And I wonder if that's them cheaping out on paying the voice actors. If SpongeBob is in Sonic Crossroads Racing and he doesn't say, I love being in Sonic's world, you know, then... I don't know, Why would you do that and not just stand on the panel? Yeah, I think they will be without voices, because otherwise we would have heard SpongeBob in that trailer. Would have heard him go, hey! Mr. Krabs! Oh, SpongeBob! It's me! You know, like, we would have heard that. How can it be dead if they just announced SpongeBob? I know, right? How can it be dead if Aang from Avatar and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are going to be in the game too? DLCs, admittedly, but still, like... Furthermore, the point I was going to make is the Nintendo Switch 2 is one system. Mario Kart World is only available on that one system, right? Sonic Cross Worlds, Switch, it'll have a Switch 2 version. It will be on Xbox One/Series. It will be on PS4, PS5. It'll be on PC. So 6 platforms. Plus, they'll probably have a version on like Amazon Luna, so like 7 platforms. You know. That's 7 places it can sell. Now, is it going to sell as many copies as Mario Kart World with 7 platforms? No. No, it's not. It's Mario Kart World. Of course it's not going to sell as many copies as Mario Kart World. But is it going to sell well? Yes. Is it going to be like a profit for Sega? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to make them money. It's going to make them money, and it's going to make their partners, Nickelodeon, Krypton Future Media, they're going to make them money. Right? So the fact of the matter is, massive system install base. Like, some of these characters and franchises have loads of fans. Ooh, achievement unlocked. Droid Slayer. Huh. Game froze there a little bit. That was killing droids. Oh my god. Game is really struggling with all these droids. Holy shit. Right. The console is really struggling right now. I'm a little bit worried that that music is going to come up on the mic. Because, like, it doesn't matter if a human can hear it, so long as, like, YouTube can hear it, right? Michelangelo was shown, yes, in Tony Hawk's 3 and 4. Plus, Tony Hawk's 3 and 4 has a bikini bottom area available in, what is it, Skaters? What was the name of the place? There is a skate park with a pirate ship, and it looks like if you jump off the pirate ship, you go to Bikini Bottom. So there's Nickelodeon content in Tony Hawk's as well. Mario Kart will never have Miku. I think the likelihood of Miku in Mario Kart is not 0, but I would say it's lower than 1%. There's a skate park level that is based on a real life skate park. And in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, there's a secret pirate ship area you can get to in that map. And oh, it's the Slave 1. We can't call it that anymore. Yeah, it's definitely my dad playing the music, because not only is it getting louder per song to see what he can get away with, he's now playing Placebo. And that's yeah. Let me check the mic. It's not coming through. It might be when I speak, though. If you hear music, let me know, and I'll have to... Right, okay. Then I'm confident that that YouTube can't hear it. If you do start to hear it when I'm speaking, like, even just mildly, I'll close the window and I'll turn the fan on. Alright. What if Sonic Racing put in a Pal World for attack? That would be funny. I would just want Zoe, though. Like, I'm a simple man. If they added Zoe from Pal World, I would be satisfied. That would be enough for me. The only music I hear is your voice because you are music to my ears. Oh, I love you. Thank you. Such kind words. What do you want? In my experience, when someone says nice things to me, they want something. I was kind of hoping Clown Kiryu would be visible. Joryu would be visible. There he is. That's you. Now give us a moe moe cute. Make him an ass. Make him an ass. I'm good, thanks. I wish I was as cool as Joryu. Joryu, everybody's favorite clown man. Around him are various stickers. They're hard to see, but that's Motoko Kusanagi, Kyoko Kirigiri, what's her face from Demon Slayer, Nezuko, Yoruichi, Ai Haibara from Conan. Love you. Asuka, because I don't have a sticker for Rei. Bulma, Winry, and some girl I don't actually know the name of, but that was just a remaining sticker I had laying around. And it's sort of like various drawings on post-it notes that you can't see. But here's one. It's a selfie, self-portrait. All the best artists, they draw self-portraits of themselves. That's how they become better artists. Oh, I'm going to need to turn the fan on anyway. Talking about Pal World, is that dating sim for real? The dating sim was a April Fool's Day joke, and then attached to it was a release date. And the release date was the following year. And as far as I'm aware, yes, the Pal World dating sim did come out. I don't know if it's a paid game or a freebie or what. I don't know. I've not looked into it, but as far as I'm aware, the dating sim did come out. It was initially an April Fool's Day joke, and then it released the following year on April Fool's Day. I'll quickly check to see if it did actually come out. Oh, ActRaiser Renaissance is on sale for $12.49. I'm good, thanks. Lacrimosa of Dana for $17.49. Again, I'm good. Right. Pal World. Pal World more than just pals. Oh, it still hasn't released. Okay. Well, it's got a Steam page. But then again, it is also made with Ren'Py, so, like, it could just be a prank. Damn, Zoe's so fine. Oh, Zoe, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Zoe. Hey, Zoe. Oh my god, this Pal World game is cringe. Same as fighting X-Layer. In what is the context? Fighting X-Layer has been on my wish list, so I probably did get a I don't know, that's $30.99 at the moment. That's full price. That is way too much. I want to play it, if only just because, Skullomania will be in it. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I feel pretty confident considering it's an Eureka fighting game. It's going to have Skullomania in it as a playable character somewhere. But I'm not seeing him in the screenshots. Maybe he's DLC. Oh no, there's a gold outfit DLC outfit, so he's part of the main game. It's just not showing up in the screenshots. Oh, it started an April Fool's Day joke, right? And then they actually made it. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, are these Geonesians? Am I already... Hold on, am I already at the, Am I already at the Colosseum? They really do, like, cut out all the chaff in this one, don't they? Oh, no. This isn't the, Oh, I do remember this this level in Skywalker Saga. Yeah, I'm a little bit off. It's not quite time for the Colosseum yet. They changed his name. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's the same guy, right? Probably, like, similar moveset as well. What's your opinion on virtual reality technology, asks Nightbot. Get some fresh questions, you useless sack of shit. You can't say that. I can and will. I'm ready for my nerve gear. Give me a nerve gear. Nanase is now Sanane. Is that again to avoid, like, copyright problems? Hiya Neurosama. You know, I have considered setting up an LLM because, like, in terms of, like, a language model like that, I could actually run one locally on my GPU for, like, little impact. I could run I think I could run a 16 billion for, like, barely any pressure on my hardware. It goes back and forth now. Okay. I like VR. I like big companies dabbling in VR. I like having new experiences to play in VR. things that are, like, particularly new, right? Not, like, things that already exist, just with a fresh coat of paint. Yeah. I will always find that rhythm games are better for me in VR than everything else. Yeah, so Valve and Half-Life Alyx, I think, are the perfect example of a AAA budget and quality VR game. Followed by Medal of Honor, what's it called? Medal of Honor Above and Beyond. I haven't played any other big budget AI pork chop sandwiches. Any other high budget VR games because, you know, they cost a lot of money. Above and Beyond and Alyx do show a certain trend in VR games that once you go for that AAA level of polish and detail, and you've got 4K textures, yes, the detail is incredible. Yes, I play a game like Medal of Honor Above and Beyond, and I am completely and utterly immersed, right? But the game is also like 200 gig, 300 gig. Now, granted, a lot of the file space in Medal of Honor Above and Beyond is videos for the museum mode. They take up a lot of space, granted. You still end up using up a lot of space on, you know, for like an immersive AAA VR experience. You're using a lot of space on textures, a lot of space on uncompressed audio, you know, for that immersion. And that is a limiting factor in VR gaming, is basically the size of games. That is a massive limiting factor. Yeah, you're asking someone to pay not only a full price for a game like that, but you're then asking them to pay, you know, for the time it takes to download it, the bandwidth, you know, like having internet is, you know, it's not cheap. No matter who you're with, it's not cheap. It's another cost on top of everything else. Got to try and convince someone that time, effort, cost of hardware, time to download, time to set up, to get your setup just right. Like if you're using a Quest, you know, you've got to make sure you've got your Guardian all set up, or you can do what I do and use developer tools and turn the Guardian off, because fuck the Guardian. You also need to have, like, the right floor height set for your device, and then, you know, you've got to make sure however you connect into your PC, Quest, like, cable link, do you have enough room for that if you're connecting wirelessly? Is your router, like, plugged in? Are you, like, Ethernet into your router on the PC that you're streaming from? Does your router support, like 5G, like, gigabit? Like, LAN? Wireless LAN? Like, it's stuff like that you have to consider. So you got to get like your VR set up just right, and it's not always super easy to get VR set up just right. Alternatively, you've got Quest 3, which, you know, is by itself standalone, has a standalone store, you know, apps run directly on the device. But you can't get anywhere near that same level of graphical fidelity that you can playing a VR game on PC. Medal of Honor Above and Beyond on Quest 2 looks like a joke. It's pathetic visually. Especially when you compare it side by side with the PC version. And what's the difference? Like a massive amount of weaker hardware. You want something like Guitar Hero on VR. So the closest thing is a little game called Beat Arena, which was published by Konami. I would say that's the closest thing to Guitar Hero in VR. But what I really want is just some VR support for Clone Hero, so I can play with a VR headset on, but still be using like my Riffmaster, you know, but with a VR headset on. That would be a nice like crossover. That would work for me. But unfortunately, like Beat Arena is like a lot more simple. DJ Hero on VR. Yeah. DJ Hero is one of those things where I hoped that hobbyists might have like reverse engineered the controller and drivers and like made a fan-made like Clone Hero equivalent, but I haven't seen one for DJ Hero. I haven't even seen anybody like finding a way to make DJ Hero work with like Beatmania and stuff like that. Anyway, for me, that would be kind of useless, because I have two PlayStation 1 Beatmania controllers anyway. So I'd just use them in a PlayStation controller adapter. There is a DJ, like, I think maybe Tribe? Is that the name of it? There was a VR Tribe XR DJ Academy. That's kind of like DJ Hero-ish, but it's actually meant to teach you how to become a DJ IRL. That's on Steam and Quest, but I believe it has like a fee. You have to become like a member, and it's got like a subscription service, and you know. Yeah, so Beatmania is what, like 5-button, and DJ Hero's 3, right? I would have loved to have seen like an open source like community project, like a Beatmania style game for DJ Hero controllers, but nobody ever really looked into that, which is disappointing. Yeah, so it was Geonosis, and now we have the battle in the arena. MTV is not a music channel anymore, you say? And so, here in the UK, we have a little something called Pluto TV. I think it's available in other places as well. On the UK version of Pluto TV, we've got an MTV channel that actually plays music videos. I know, crazy. The channel is called MTV, and it plays music videos. It's shocking. Kind of blows my mind. You can tell this game was made for PS2 originally. You've got like 2D billboard Geonosians in the crowd. It's Mace Windu. It's Windows 11. Yo, we get to play as Mace Windu. Heck yeah. Free Amidala. Free Amidala. What's next? History Channel putting on pawn shop shows and weird conspiracy theories. Funny you should say that. Well, people like sensationalist stuff now. They don't actually like learning about real history. They want to learn about, like, Hitler's werewolf program, don't they? If they want to learn about that, they should play that one game for Xbox 360. Oh god, really? Balls to that. I don't care. Kung Fu Panda Legend of Awesomeness. Ah, that's the live-action series with the Jack Black sound-alike that I could not believe was not Jack Black until I looked into it, and I'm like, holy shit, that's not Jack Black. Why does that sound exactly like Jack Black? Really impressive, the casting they got for that, because he really does sound like Jack Black. That opening theme song, you'd swear it was Jack Black singing. Jacques Noir. Fucking knew it was that Jacques Noir, he's always up to no good. Only stormtroopers have access to this area. My brother in Christ, stormtroopers don't exist yet. Big boss enemies, and I haven't seen any of them yet. Ah, they're over here. It says a long time ago, not a long, long time ago. In fact, even a long, long time ago would be, you know, only as far back as, like, 70s or whatever. Long, long time ago. You know, was Don McClane talking about a galaxy far, far away? Actually, wasn't that, like, the whole premise of, Weird Al's parody? I think it was, actually. There we go. You'll have to explain the joke. I'm having a not understanding moment. Wonder if there's an achievement for killing so many Geonosians. Therefore, for being so Geonosy about what I'm doing is. That dark helmet. Oh yeah, that's a point. Isn't like Spaceballs getting a legacy sequel? I don't know how I feel about that. If they don't call that film Spaceballs: The Quest for More Money, I'm going to be very disappointed. Haven't watched the original Spaceballs. It's a film. It's. I guess you'd have to be a fan of Mel Brooks' style of filmmaking and comedy. But if you like Mel Brooks' style of filmmaking and comedy, then Spaceballs is funny. Especially as like a Star Wars fan, I assume like you are like a little bit of a classic Star Wars fan. You will. Some of the jokes will make you go, "Oh god, that's cringe." Some of the jokes will make you go, "Haha, that's pretty funny." And there's a lot of like Star Trek nods as well and other sci-fi. Although it's called Spaceballs, they're like implying that it's sort of Star Wars. There is a lot of other stuff, like a lot of other nods made in it too. It's a thoroughly enjoyable film. There's a lot of solid comedy in it. I didn't see you playing with your toys, sir. Then the whole, like, there's just lots of puns. It's got that... What was their name? The brothers that directed Top Secret. I always forget their name. Zucker. It's got that sort of Zucker Brothers humor. Doctor Who. I'm not sure if there is a Doctor Who reference in it. There might be like one nod to Doctor Who. There's like, to give you an example, there is a famous Alien reference in it to the first Alien movie. Features one of the actors from the original Alien movie. And unfortunately, he experiences a chest burster again. And the scene in particular is so funny. Like, when I think of Spaceballs, that's the joke that I think of. Every single time. I don't want to spoil it because you haven't seen it. But the Alien... The nod to Alien is so good. And you'll probably go, hold on, I've seen that Spaceballs joke referenced in other stuff. The Grand Army of Republic has been called into action, led by Mace Windu and Yoda. The new clone forces clash with the separatist droid armies on the planet Geonosis. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker engage with the enemy as they pursue Count Dooku in their Republic attack gunship. It's funny, and it's probably available on one of a bunch of different streaming services, and if not, I'm sure it's available on the Put Locker or whatever you kids use nowadays. It was one of those early DVD titles over here, like when DVD was only just starting to be adopted here in the UK. There were some like film companies that came together and like did these 2 for £10 offers on DVDs, like 2 for £10 DVD offers, and you could get things like Wayne's World, Spaceballs, you know, like a bunch of sort of more classic movies. I think the original Blues Brothers was one of them. So as like a result of that, there's like a massive number of copies of Spaceballs out there in the UK. Like for like if you go to charity shops, you can't breathe for copies of Spaceballs. Fucking everywhere. I used to have a Laserdisc. Oh, that's sick. Always wanted like a Laserdisc player, but I wouldn't be able to justify it. The discs are still so expensive, like used. Laserdisc didn't really take off over here in the UK as much. Oh, am I meant to? Oh, the generators. Right. Okay. I'm like trying to get that into the force field with you. I already have a whole bunch of stuff on, like, deprecated media. I picked up 2 VHS tapes yesterday. I went to a boot fair and there was a guy selling Titanic memorabilia. Which, okay, fair enough. Some people are, like, weirdly obsessed with the Titanic. Maybe they had, like, people in their family that were on it, or maybe they're just, like, weirdly, morbidly curious about the Titanic for whatever reason. Like, okay, I get it, right? The guy was selling Titanic memorabilia, but I had like zero interest in like the memorabilia part. He had a couple of VHS tapes on his table, and they were obviously like recorded tapes. So I said to him, how much are the VHS tapes? He's like, oh, you know, I think they worked out to like 50 pence each. And he said, well, on these are Titanic documentaries. So I guess before I release those tapes into my stock for, like, recording effects and whatnot, before I relinquish them to, like, VHS effect recording, I guess I will digitize those Titanic documentaries. They probably have been digitized, but on the off chance that they haven't, and they need to be preserved, I will make sure they get preserved. Yeah, like, deprecated format, I collect VHS tapes. You know, one of the things I would really like to get is one of the, like, South Park Season 1 sets, where, like, all the episodes of South Park Season 1 were available on VHS. They're quite rare now. I've got some, like, anime on VHS. I've got the Super Saiyan Son Goku Dragon Ball film on VHS. Ocean dub, I think. with like the On Toonami branding. Got 2 copies of the Digimon movie. Shall we airlift AVGN's basement collection over to you? If it doesn't cost me anything, sure. What can I say? I like VHS. I like VHS as a format. Like, it feels magic to me. Like, the fact I don't know how VHS works is, like, huge to me. Like, my father has before, like, offered to explain how VHS tapes work. I'm like, I don't want to know. It ruins the magic. It would ruin the magic to know. It would ruin the magic to know. Something to do with, like, magnetized tape. It's like, I don't care. Here's what I care about. Can I put in this decades-old tape and it just work? In my recorder? Yes. Could someone have recorded television in the 1980s or 70s onto one of these things and it still work today? The answer is yes, and that, to me, is fucking crazy. Mind-blowing, even. That I can go on eBay and buy someone's, like, recorded tape sold as blank, and it's got, like, 1980s Times television. I can watch a news bulletin from the 80s. Off a VHS tape. That's nuts to me. That's crazy. It blows my mind. Fucking love VHS, mate. I love it. So, like, I'd love to own some Laserdisc to go with it, but it's bad enough that my VHS collection is already massive. I need to go through it all. That's like the inevitable return of Jug Tape Lotto. That's JTL stuff, really. That's... Here's the thing. IRL Brother and speedrun live streamer Garlips is looking into some sort of reaction-based video content. Like, fairly soon. So, if I work with him on that, there is a lot of information and ideas and techniques I could maybe glean from working with him. Count Dooku, as the battle rages between the clone forces of the Republic and the Separatist droid army, the Separatist leader, Count Dooku, flees to his secret hangar. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker follow closely behind, prepared for a final showdown with the Sith Lord. I did pick up some South Park yesterday on Blu-ray, Season 12. So that's Pandemic 1, 2, Best Day Ever, Major Boobage. There's a lot of, like, quality episodes in that season. I'm not familiar with the clip, but I can imagine it's quite funny. Brother! Can't get both of those right now. Oh, for fuck's sake, you bellend! There we go. I'm expecting, like, the main sort of achievement cleanup to come quickly, but, like, the main story stuff to be, like, relatively slow in coming. Oh, speaking of Lego. Lego Island is now playable in your web browser. As part of the Lego Island decomp. You can now play Lego Island in your web browser. You can now play Lego Island on iPhone and Android. You can play it on Linux and Mac. Pretty crazy. Does it still run at 0.5 FPS? No. Certain parts of the game now run too fast. I'll just double check the URL before I tell you, just in case I've got it wrong. Nope, that is correct. The URL, in case you want to try it out later, is isle.pizza. That's the URL. You can select the level of detail. The web one only supports the software renderer, but if you download the decomp, you can use hardware rendering. Super cool. Yeah, so completely playable in your web browser of choice, which is pretty cool. And it's also playable on Linux and Mac now as part of the decomp. They're working to get it playable on the Wii. Oh man. Somebody who worked on a bunch of like Diablo 2 decomp stuff jumped in on the project, and as soon as they did, like, improvements were happening like daily or every other day. There's a Matt KC video on it that I'm pretty much just parroting verbatim, so. Ba, 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 ba. So it's 2.5 already. So there are like bonus levels as well to play, and just kind of curious at the moment if I can like buy stuff. Yes. Looks like Indiana Jones is unlockable in this. Just wondering if some of these were buyable yet. Might have to fulfill certain criteria to be able to purchase them. Like beating certain chapters, perhaps, I think is probably most likely. Seeing as the only characters I've got available to buy at the moment are like episode 1 and episode 2 characters. Oh, you can buy gold bricks as well. Some gold bricks. I guess the story clips are automatically unlocked, right? Okay. Okay, Revenge of the Sith. Battle over Coruscant. Coruscant. I think I got away with that one. Revenge of the Sith, Chapter 1. Battle over Coruscant. The Republic is crumbling under a separatist assault led by Count Dooku and General Grievous. In a stunning move, separatist forces have swept into Coruscant and kidnapped Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. As the droid army attempts to flee with their hostage, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker lead a desperate mission to rescue the Chancellor. We'll go to BRB in a sec. Like a 5-minute BRB. I'll make a pot noodle. I'll also take a slight relief break. Stretch my legs. Get that cold air off me for a bit. Be right back. 5 minutes. While I'm away, maybe check out Lego Island in your web browser. Lol. I'll be right back.
ニュースです。お安くなりました。
見やすさ、使いやすさは今まで通り。
お求めやすくなって1600円。ね。はい。
電子体温計。
無論オムロン。
シルバニアの村にベーカリーができました。だからシルバニアファミリー。
コンソメコンソメコンソメパンチポンチじゃないよコンソメパンチうまさが効いてるコンソメパンチコンソメコンソメコンソメパンチコンソメコンソメコンソメパンチパンチで元気コンソメパンチカルビー
10レンジャーに変身だ三段変形レンジャースティック大のバズラー10の10レンジャーだ10レンジャー変身シリーズ我ら30代やる気はあるけん体がついてこ
肉体疲労時の栄養補給にグロン酸強力内服液。
30代もグロン酸 なんだそれ。つぶつぶビーフが入ったウインナー。つぶつぶ？つぶつぶ？どうだ？つぶつぶ？つぶつぶビーフがうまかった。つぶつぶだ。マルダイディナードゥエクセラ。
地球の皆さん、お元気ですか？令和は僕らが守ります。コミカル RPG ウルトラマンクラブ2。
昔少年少女だった大人たちから子供たちへ伝える幸せな気持ちの物語。任天堂64ヨッシーストーリー。64だからできたこの優しさ、このぬくもり、思わず触れてみたくなる任天堂64の世界ヨッシーストーリー。ヨッシーと一緒に幸せの旅に出よう。
スーパーノートクラブミューでもっとスマートに、もっと素敵に、そして目指せ耳にアクセスして高性能スーパーノートクラブミュー。私の妹募集中。
今日はエアロビクスの日よ。
お家がいきなりエアロビスタジオ。母と娘のファミリートレーナーエアロビスタジオ。
家族ぐるみで
スイム宣言。
お化粧すると
ママ綺麗。
外に出ると
かわいい。
なんで？
化粧が濃くなるのはあれのせいだ。
歩くだったら
佐賀町で自然な色を再現。
ここで詳しく説明しよう。ナショナルパルックは光の三原色を忠実に再現するから、お化粧や花、料理の色を
I don't even remember this commercial, and I processed every single commercial that I include
ママ綺麗。
on this stream. I don't even remember that.
ナチュラルメイク。
いつも一緒。
I don't even remember. Ah, National. Right, okay. They do like fridges and freezers and stuff. Right, I'm back. I have a Maggie hot cup preparing as we speak. It's really not the right weather to be like eating anything hot. I either forgot or wasn't aware we had Star Fox in this. That's cool. Da 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 bum 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 da 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 da. Oh fuck it. We gotta do it. Oh, I see. Classic Nintendo, isn't it? Songs are taken down. We're not in the right sound for me to be able to listen to it. There's no audio. It's been completely muted. Ha! What the fuck? Nintendo, innit? They blocked Nintendo music. Never mind, I was gonna totally play you some, Star Fox 64 Area 6 music. It would have been so fitting. Alas. I can't make it happen. I don't think my sound settings are correct. I think I'm set to the wrong speaker. You'll just have to imagine Star Fox music. If you don't know what it sounds like, you'll just have to imagine what you think it sounds like. What I need is like a little like electrical cattle prod that every time I don't say something for more than 5 seconds, I get zapped. To force me to say something every 5 seconds. Otherwise I get electrocuted. Ow. I got zapped for not saying it. Oh, what? Come the fuck on. Ten mini kits. Actually got all the mini kits in a single stage. First time. Go me. The laser on this ship does feel like incredibly inaccurate. This is just so quaint. Like you're driving into like almost like a 2D texture. It's quaint. It's charming. What do we got? Chapter 2. Chancellor in peril. High above the planet Coruscant, a deadly battle rages between separatist forces and the army of the Republic. On the separatist flagship, Count Dooku and General Grievous hold Chancellor Palpatine captive. Crashing their Jedi starfighters into the main hangar, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker are surrounded by hostile droid forces. What happens if we collect a single stud? True Jedi. And a little bit of like weird V-sync there. This game does react kind of funky. Hello there. No reason for being able to pull all of these down? Oh, just for studs, huh? I love it. When you run into a flat background that's meant to look like the place you're going to, it would have looked fine, dare I say, almost convincing on an old CRT, on like a PS2. Like, it's not at all convincing on an Xbox 360. Neither of us have grapple abilities. Now what do we do? Oh, right. Blind Leap of Faith. Got it. Astromech. I don't have an astromech right now. Ugh. Up we get. There we go. Anything back here? Just studs. Yay! We got our astromech! I could go back, but I think I give a shit enough to go back? When I'm gonna have to play this level in free play anyway? Oh, I remember this room. There's like a trick you can do where you can store jumps as a Jedi character and then use them to teleport. I've seen people doing it in this room. It's impressive, like, speedrun tech, but it's useless to me. Like, I don't think there's even, like, a use for it casually. I'm only interested in the tricks that have casual gameplay utility. I thought Dooku was dead by now. I guess I don't remember the movies very well. Well, I don't remember the third one very well, because I only think I've ever seen it the once. Which is kind of embarrassing to admit when it's, you know, pretty good. I remember when this movie was coming out in particular, like the news here in the UK was saying, don't buy pirated copies of films because they're really bad, and they showed a clip from a pirated copy. It was like the Jedi Council or whatever, and like all the film quality was grainy, and they said, this is what bootleg copies of films look like. You'll be disappointed, and your family will be disappointed. What, it was like 2005 or whatever, and I'm sitting there thinking, like, motherfuckers, have you not heard of, like, Kazaa or LimeWire or whatever? Like, literally, like, they chose the most grainiest looking VHS bootleg possible. They lied about what they would look like, you know? Like, if they had been honest, you know, bootleg copies of films look really good already, and it's hard to tell between real and official. That wouldn't serve their narrative, so they had to show, like, a really bad condition bootleg and argue that, you know, that's what bootleg copies of movies look like. Which is funny. Because they really didn't look that bad. They used a very, like, cherry-picked example. Fuck. Puts me right back at the start of the room. Oh, but there's no chase now. Okay, that's fine. I don't think I can destroy this area then. Yeah. Probably requires some sort of, like, proprietary, you know, character attack. I'll have to play every level in free play anyway, so it doesn't matter. You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't steal a policeman's hat. Take a shit in it and hand it to his grieving widow. Here's the thing about those you wouldn't steal a car adverts. If I'm not mistaken, the typeface in those adverts was used without permission. If I'm not mistaken, they pirated the typeface. So they literally engaged in the very thing they told people not to do. Hypocrite much? Like, okay, I am fully aware that it can be difficult to prove, like, ownership of a typeface, right? Like, I get that can be tricky to navigate. Because websites will tell you a typeface is free to use for commercial use, and then the creator will come back and say, no, it's donationware and you owe me. It can happen. But I do think it is, like, extra beautifully poetic and or ironic that they used a font they had no rights to use. Like, well done, dickheads. I don't think, like, any legal action ever happened for them pirating the font, though. Revenge of the Sith. Chapter 3. Oh god. This one's going to go on for a while. General Grievous. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker have saved Chancellor Palpatine, but his captor, General Grievous, has escaped. The Jedi Council assigns Obi-Wan Kenobi the task of hunting down Grievous, who is hiding on the sinkhole world of Utapau. Hello there. Oh yeah, we're gonna have, like, Order 66 soon. Uh-huh. Commander Cody. I don't remember a dude by that name in the film. But to be fair, like I said, I've only seen this one the once. I love cars, don't ever get one. I feel like my life would improve no end if I did get a car. But then the cost of, like, taxing that car. Not so sure I'm keen on that aspect. I feel like I might have accidentally done a little sequence break there. Wait, how do I get up there? There we go. No, that seems correct. Just being able to, like, travel. Go for an explore. I feel like that would, like, greatly improve, like, my mental well-being. I'd definitely be one of them YouTubers that would record vlogs from their car. Now I can interact with this. And Cody can just, like, teleport to me. I feel like that might be some kind of, like, bug fix. It's like, oh, Cody gets stuck here. I'll just have him teleport. That was remarkably short. I'm okay with that. Defense of Kashyyyk. Obi-Wan Kenobi has taken care of General Grievous. The Clone Wars continue. Across the galaxy, Jedi Knights lead the army of the Republic into battle against Separatist forces. Riveting. Jedi Master Yoda fights on the Wookiee planet of Kashyyyk, but the Sith Lord Darth Sidious is about to reveal himself and draw a new darkness over the galaxy. How to high jump as Yoda Lego Star Wars. Let's give it a go. Ah, you can't in story. Okay. I figured out how that's meant to work. In free play, you can switch characters with, like, LB and RB. Or Y. Whereas in story, you have to be next to the character you're switching to. So in story, you can't pull off the Yoda double jump glitch. But you can in free play. Okay. We'll do it in free play then. I'll show it off at some point. Who are we with on this level anyway? Chewbacca. Wait, Chewbacca was in... okay. In part 3? Huh. I mean, it's been a billion years since I watched it, but... Chewbacca being in part 3, like, that feels kind of forced. It's Chewbacca with a banana on his head. Chewbacca. Sounds like something Aku would say when you take damage in Crash Bandicoot. Chewbacca. You got a blaster. Does that mean you've got a grapple? It does. that's 2. That's 3. We have rescued the Chubanakas. Assume we got to follow them over here. Yeah. That's how we force you to get them all. Need them to press the switches down. There are an endless number of enemies here as well. I think so. We rebuilding it? Building something else? That's just money. Hey, welcome back, Vlad. We're making our way through Star Wars Episode 3. Right now we're Yoda and Chewbacca. We've had our BRB. That's how I meant to do it. Ugh. A little bit of, like, frame rate issues next to that fire. I can't believe the Xbox 360 would struggle with this, so I can only assume that that it's cosmic rays. Was this cross-gen? Did this like come out for PS2? Because I think this was like 360, Wii, and PC, right? I think this one. I could be wrong. I'm gonna have to look this up. Now, granted, the content it's based on was PS2. Carrot. A carrot. A carrot. Slam dunk. Destroy 5 people with 1 attack. Jedi Super Slam. Ah, nice. That little lag, that tells you you're in Xbox 360 fun zone territory. Oh boy. Yeah. You know what? I'll give you that. I can't... Who can say how much work they did to the original PS2 games? But, you know, by the same token, this is based on the engine for Lego Star Wars 2, which did come out on Xbox 360. That was, like, one of the intended SKUs. So. But I'll give you that. Sure, I'll give you that. Why not? It's a happy Sunday. It's a happy Sunday. We're all happy. We're all warm and boiling and irritated and happy. And warm and frustrated. So, sure, I'll let you have it. Yeah. The fact that it's just on, like, smoke effects is really unsurprising, because I think to a certain extent, same developer, Crash Twinsanity, when you play the Xbox version backward compatible on 360, has major slowdown in areas with smoke. So it's probably just the way it has to do the mathematical equations or whatever. For like rendering layers of smoke. Like something like that, presumably. Oh, you want to see what the Android version runs like? Probably pretty good. Like, there's nothing, like, super technically impressive in this. And if it's based on the PC port, then it's probably a little bit, like, lower quality visual anyway. So it's probably a fairly, like, convincing port. There used to be this many enemies on screen, though, on, like, PS2. Somehow I doubt it. I think they probably, like, raised, like, the spawn rate up, because it's, like, Xbox 360 and Wii, like, it can handle it. But it's quite excessive. thing about Star Wars Muso, right, is the director of the Muso series wants to make one. So I am hoping deep down in my heart that, you know, when Disney opened the Star Wars license up, that Koei Tecmo got on the ringer and they're making one. Because, yeah, a Star Wars Muso would be the best Muso. I don't think there is another franchise that lends itself quite to a Muso the way Star Wars does. Let's see. Star Wars... Lord of the Rings. That's it. Like, those are two franchises that would really lend themselves to a Muso. Lord of the Rings would be more of a, like, A to B Muso. Whereas Star Wars does lend itself to the Fort A is under attack, Fort B is under attack. LOTR would be more sort of get from A to B, like more sort of like samurai. What is it? Sengoku Basara. More sort of Basara-ish in its level design. Those are two like movie franchises that would really lend themselves to a Muso, and then to a lesser extent, Matrix would really work for Muso treatment as well. Oh, is Conquest good? I'm interested in trying those PS2 games that were basically like almost like Gauntlet. Those games where you'd have like 3 playable characters and like you level them up and get XP for them. It's very sort of like arcadey. I want to play those. I think Two Towers was one. Yeah! Who has the big-ass droid now, loser? But there doesn't appear to be a use for the big-ass droid. No. Yoda is so slow. Basically, I have to jump everywhere as him. Like, LEGO games have bad movement speed, and then there's, like, extra bad movement speed with Yoda. Like, shameful movement speed with Yoda. You know, I'm, like, happily criticizing Star Wars, you know, like, Skywalker Saga while I'm playing this, but to give the Skywalker Saga some benefit, like, the movement tech is really good. Like, movement is really smooth in that game. Like, it's fun to run around and jump around. I just wish the game was as fun as its movement. You know? I wish the game had fun things to do to make, you know, to utilize that movement. To make it fun to utilize that movement. Yeah, I enjoyed playing through some of the movies, but by the time I had done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I didn't even feel like doing 7, 8, 9. Like, I stopped. Because it was too much. I couldn't even bring myself to finish the stories. If I give that game another shot in the future, it might behoove me to play it in reverse order. So 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. No, it's not this way I have to go, is it? No. That's death. Ah. Chewbacca. Characters look kind of moldy, like they actually 3D scanned the Lego pieces. Yeah, there is a certain point where perhaps playing the Lego games in a way where you're always invincible and overpowered kind of makes them lose the magic a little. But at the same time, I'm enjoying this right now, and I can't die. I can't die in game currently. Maybe Lego had a 3D like CAD model of the mold, and they just sent that to them. Right. This is a lot shorter than Skywalker Saga. A point I made earlier that I still think, like, I still feel. It's like, I like games to be a little bit smaller and maybe self-contained than needlessly activity-filled and overcomplicated. I'd probably feel different about Scarlet Salvation, for example, if that hadn't been a publisher opportunity. If I'd paid full price for that, I'd probably be quite pissed off. I guess because I didn't, the fact that that game is, like, inherently simple works in its favor for me. Like, I don't like games to be overtly complicated. Or, like, I think the biggest sin for me that Scarlet Salvation does, other than its difficulty, of course, is just how much, like, obvious padding there is in it, you know? Like, so long as the content in a game is, like, meaningful. A little bit of padding is fine. But take the game I wouldn't hasten to call Crash Bandicoot 4. Right? That game has play the level forwards, play the level backwards, play the level as only Crash, play the level as Crash and other characters, play the level as only Crash backwards, play the level as Crash and other characters backwards, play the level fast backwards. There's a point where it stops being meaningful, and it just becomes like crap, right? As a game designer, if you can add something without too much work, then I say go for it, right? Masahiro Sakurai added Jigglypuff and Luigi to Smash Brothers because he could just reuse existing code. Kirby's for Jigglypuff and Mario's for Luigi. And those are characters that, while they are predominantly similar, have variation, right? If your different form of content is play the same level backwards or play the same race course flipped, that's not really a different... That's not really, like, meaningful gameplay, is it? You just took something and flipped it on its x-axis and called it new content. Go back to the Elder Scrolls analogy from earlier, right? Yes, all the dungeons in Oblivion are, like, relatively sort of samey and similar, right? They're all made from the same, like, building blocks. But what makes them different is the types of enemies inside them, the loot that you can find. Like, there's more to it than just being the same Aelid Ruin. You can make new content quickly while still avoiding being, like, so obvious with it. Let's put it this way. Literally, like, any independent horror game from, like, the last few years, right? What have they done for, like, DLC after the fact, right? They've taken parts of their campaign and like rejigged it, added some cutscenes, and called it new content. You know, even in the case of Alan Wake, where the new content, like the writer and the signal, are not particularly good, like, pieces of content in terms of, like, enjoyment to play, they still, like, made that, like, significantly different enough to just be, like, recycled ideas from the full game. And then the chant, for example. Same enemies, you know, like, recontextualized into, like, a pseudo-roguelike mode. The DLC for the chant was, yeah, okay, recycled from the main campaign, but it still did something new, something fresh, right? When you're just flipping a level on its x-axis, that's not new content. That's just fucking lazy. That kind of excess, that specific excess is wrong. And we don't need it in our videos. Thank you very much. If after beating Spyro the Dragon 100%, right, Ganasty Ganot goes, ha ha ha, guess what? I've got all the treasure back again, plus another 100 hidden in every level. And you're going to have to rescue all the dragons again, ha 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 ha. You'd be like, fucking hell. No. I've had enough. I've Ganasty Ganok said, haha, I've flipped the Artisan homeworld horizontally on the x-axis. It's a brand new level now. No. You're making them play through the exact content again. I am curious about the Outlast games. I think I have them on Steam. I've just never bothered to check them out. I think what we could do with is like a list of like these horror games that I should have played. Put together like a full-on list, so I know which games to potentially do as part of like Halloween. Though to be fair, at this point, I don't know what I'm going to be doing in regards to Halloween. Everything is all up in the air. Gameplay is nothing special. I'm not opposed to something where, you know, the story carries the game, but it's harder to find the will to play a game like that if it starts to drag, right? Am I meant to get that? Oh, with the Yoda triple jump glitch in there. They're short enough to not be annoying about it. So it's like the video game equivalent of like one of those like horror film anthologies where it's like, here's a short directed by this director. I'd play a video game like that. Where it's like, this short is directed by Shinji Mikami, this short is directed by... So like 8 hours long and another 4 for the DLC. Not opposed. Depends if we're on like full day live streaming at that point, or if I'm back in the land of employ, which is looking more and more likely, given how the business is panning out. That's a bridge I will cross when I get to it. Until then, I don't even want to think about that bridge. We might hit our 4 billion before the end of Chapter 3. Uncensored dicks in the game. Okay, I guess the question is... Is there gameplay footage of that on YouTube without, you know, community guidelines issues? Not that that necessarily matters, because there was Grand Theft Auto footage of that one cutscene on YouTube on fucking, like, Tobuscus's channel or whatever. And, like, it was fine when he showed the scene, but when I showed it, it was YouTube stream taken down due to community guidelines. Just don't zoom in on them. But they're dicks. Probably like photogrammetry scanned and everything. High detailed manhoods. Although a lot of the time they're not generally with hood. What's this about? Why is there a timer here? Oh! They are hooded. Well, there we go. That's so rare nowadays in fiction. They're almost always without hood. This is such a ridiculous thing to be talking about. Oh, what a lovely bug. Why are they working together? They don't like each other anymore. They're fighting. I'm surprised this is maintaining a frame rate. Currently. This section. Feels like there's a lot of visual effects going on. A little bit of screen tearing for me, though. This level looks like it totally sucks. Guess what? It does totally suck. Oh, that was it. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Super story. Am I right in thinking the super story is you play through the whole story in one go, right? Need to have a look if there's anything tied to that. Challenge, blue mini kits, bounty hunter challenges. Miscellaneous. Super stories. You'll have to play all episodes again, but you'll do each episode in one sitting. Extras do not work here. There will be a timer, but rest assured you can go over the time limit. Right, okay. Right. So it is something that does need to be done, and it is time-consuming, but not difficult, and there's no punishment for taking too long. Right. Okay. What bothers me is the reveal that extras don't work in them. No. Okay, not bad for one day, 31%. We'll keep going just a little bit longer. I've got a hard cutoff of 3 p.m. in mind. Episode 3 bonus. Character bonus Mustafa. Minikit bonus Kashyyyk. I assume that's a free play thing. I can worry about that when it comes time to free play. Right. We could jump into the first part of episode 4. I think we will. We've got time for that. This is more the Star Wars that I'm familiar with. The Star Wars that I have a fondness for. There's a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. During the battle, Rebel spies managed to steal secret plans to the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star, an armored space station with enough power to destroy an entire planet. Notice how there's more story in these. So there's actually more paragraphs. It's almost like more stuff happens in the 456. Pursued by the Empire's sinister agents, Princess Leia races home aboard her starship, custodian of the I didn't get a chance to finish that, so I'm gonna say whatever I like here. Poo poo pee pee wee wee ka ka. Famous shot. Also parodied to the point of comedic excess in Spaceballs. Stormtroopers. I love Stormtroopers. True Jedi already? I've barely done anything. So this is also the content that should feel familiar. Antilles. Ah, Wedge. I thought so. This is the stuff that should feel way more familiar. Yeah. I remember these rooms and all these computer panels. Hey! Why, hello there! Hi, Roizen. We've made it through the boring movies, and now we're on the interesting movies. I'll be going until about 3 p.m. today, so for another half hour or so. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your recent channel membership. I wonder if this is endless stormtroopers. Oh no. Shit. Oh, I can go back. Okay, good. I think that's probably the end of the stormtroopers, though, running through that door. That power-up thing is throwing me off, because that's not in, like, any of the other LEGO Star Wars games. I was saying earlier how I would much rather play this one. Yes, so the Twitch payout recently, YouTube will be at the end of this month. And YouTube will be a little bit substantial. And then my previous workplace finally got sued into the ground for not handling all our redundancies properly. So at some point I will be getting 4 days' wages from my old employer, which, you know, is nice to have. I'd much rather still be working there, but oh well. Yeah, take that, Vader. Goddamn son of a bitch. Bounty hunters, yeah, okay. That's another thing. Literally having to play through an entire game just to, The fuck is on that block? What's that meant to be? Huh? What is that? Weird. Welcome, TB. You don't need to cure me. I'm perfectly normal. In that I'm completely unnormal. Being normal is boring. Being normal is overrated. Fuck normal. Garfield's like, ah, yeah, fuck normal too. It's like, no, I said fuck normal. You know what isn't overrated? House MD. Never seen it. Never seen it. I mean, I like Hugh Laurie just as much as the next person, but I've never seen it. I don't think I've even seen so much as one episode of House. What the fuck is that moan? Whoa, what moan? I didn't moan, did I? I didn't make some sort of, like, weird sensual moan, did I? As per usual with my setup, I can't hear the game, so... Oh, I heard something then! Huh! Bit sensual, in it? Bit of a sensual ass moan. Ah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, anything to try and make things feel a little bit more... Is immersive the right word? To make people feel more invested, maybe, I think? Might be the correct. Ah! Leia's voice isn't quite as sensual as Wedge's. Yeah, I remember this room. So yeah, this is the one that I got the 1000 gamer score in back in the day, so this should be a little bit more familiar to me. Because this one I would have played through in full. Grass mode, nice. I'm not sure if the garden is really good for the barbecue we have planned for today, but lift the lid. Yeah, there we go. But oh well. It'll have to do. It'll be nice to have a barbecue for the first time in a billion years. What are you barbecuing today? Chicken, because that's pretty easy. Family eats halal meat, so chicken is relatively straightforward, easy to get. I think there might be some corn, not corn as in like sweet corn, but corn as in like corn sausages and stuff. If not, I might get some before we start. Yeah. No, no, no. Good God. Not that corn. The joke being that I said "Good God," which of course is a song by Korn. Why don't you get the fuck out of my face? No, that one. You came into my life without a single thing. You know the one. Just get the fuck out of my face. No. Just get the fuck out of my face. No. I think I know how I'm gonna deal with Suffus Thruppus. What I need him to do is stay put. Maybe I can use the crane. No. Am I gonna get Suffus Thruppus over there? Oh, he's gonna move into the correct spot. How's the weather? 23. 23 feels like 20. Wind is making it feel cooler. And the humidity is 54, and the dew point is quite low. So actually, that's pretty nice weather. But considering we had a storm last night and this morning, that's quite nice. That's broken it up a little bit. And then, of course, the main thing we've got to worry about is, like, how that's going to make the grass grow over the next couple of days. That little bit of rain. 28. Wow. You're further up the country than me, so tends to be a little bit cooler down here in my corner. Well, like, British heat is different, right? At the risk of, like, sounding like I'm taking part in the oppression Olympics and I've got to be the most oppressed and hard done by. British heat is different than, like, American heat. Like, it's a different kind of temperature, different kind of heat, and it's... One must stay and one must go, Bob Belcher or Hank Hill. Getting rid of Bob Belcher. I've never watched Bob's Burgers in my life, but I tell you what. I'll tell you what, Bobby. I've seen quite a bit of King of the Hill and love it immensely. So if I had to pick from the two, I'd pick the one I know, which is to keep King of the Hill and to throw away Bob's Burgers. Is this in relation to the Fortnite skins? Because I must say Hank Hill looks really good. Hank Hill looks good and Cleveland looks good. They nailed the look of both of them. New King of the Hill previews look good. It looks okay. I don't like how clean the art looks. And I don't like how sort of smooth the animation is, but the writing seems to be on point. It's very clearly Mike Judge being Mike Judge, and all the time it's Mike Judge being Mike Judge, I'm into it. It's not nostalgia messing with me. I've seen clips of the original next to the new. It's too clean. It's too clean. I'll try to explain what I mean. So it's kind of hard to find a good example in a large size, but I'll see if I can find one. Okay, this might work. So here's an example shot from, like, original King of the Hill, right? I'd like to point out the roughness of the lines, gaps in the lines. You can tell that this was drawn by hand. There's inconsistency in the thickness of the lines. Some of the lines are thick, some of the lines are thin. Sometimes characters look a little bit off model, depending on the angle that they're at. Like you can tell that a human hand was involved in drawing that. And now, modern King of the Hill, right? I'll put the two next to each other. Okay. All the lines are the same thickness. There are no sort of, like, visible gaps. Like, there's no, like, visible gaps in the lines. Like, they're all clean lines. All the coloring is clean. It feels too smooth and clean. It feels clinical. That's what I don't like about it. Is how clinical it looks. Bound to happen if it was animated by hand, no. And you could go to the effort of, even in the flashed, like, tweened animation that they're going for with this, they could just as easily deliberately put imperfections in. But they didn't. They went for absolute clean lines and and clean coloring, and I don't like it. I think it's disgusting. But, in case you didn't hear me when I said it, I'm still going to watch it. Because, oh, you son of... Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll take a look later. Thank you. The point is, right, that I'm still going to watch it. It's still quite clearly like the original writing style, the original humor style. I just think it visually looks too clean. And that's not just me being like deliberately like what's the word? When you deliberately go against what everybody else thinks. Contrarian. I'm not being a contrarian. You know, I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I will still watch it. I still think it looks great. So... yeah. I hear the animation is good in Vigilantes. I still haven't watched any of it. Because I know that if I do, I will get roped into it. So what I will probably do is wait until all of MHA's final season comes out and then watch like the last 2 seasons, because I think I missed the one before. I think the last thing that happened was American Lady All Might came over from the USA. So I think that's like the start of the second to last season. So there's like the second to last season and then this last season that's coming out to watch. So I'm just going to wait until the rest of it is available and then I'm just going to binge it. I don't care that much about the series, but I care enough to see it through. Hopefully they'll bring Twice back, but I'm going to assume they don't. In the meantime, Toga is going to have a beautiful moment, I'm sure. If she's not already dead. I already know what the ending of the show is like, because I've already seen the final chapters in the manga, and it makes me laugh to know that the main character... Spoilers! The Deku ends up a Weiji is funny to me. Wake up, boy. Literally the first thing they have you build is a sandcastle. Just to show off how sort of, like, cringe and childish Luke is. Oh, it was retconned! Oh, cool! So the ending in the anime is going to be different then. Oh, right, okay. Well, now I'm excited again. They're going to have a better ending in the anime. That has cheered me up no end. All characters except droids can ride droids. Do I want to ride a Bantha, though? Like, what benefit does riding a Bantha give me? Like, they don't have an attack. So what's Luke doing with a blaster? That's so weird. I really do enjoy how quaint this game is. So, like... beautifully quaint. Oh, Luke, by the way, I'm a Jedi, and you probably know this a bit too early, I think. It takes you back to a simpler time. I think you might be onto something there. Takes you back to a simpler time. Back when mobile phones still had numerical keypads. The most impressive thing you could play on them was Monkiki's Castle and Snake. Oh, take me back. Take me back in a heartbeat. Stop running away. Okay. He really wants to switch back to Obi-Wan. So let's have Obi-Wan run backwards, far away. Hey, Ann. Sorry, I was sort of like, in between moods last night. Because, basically put, you had said, oh, I can't stream. And then, like, you were streaming. I was like, ah, okay. To give you, like, some context, like, all week I had been, like, changing stream days and stream times. Essentially to work around other people. I was just kind of a little bit ticked off. But if I said anything last night that upset you, that was not my intention. Oh my god. That copy pasta, Roizen. That copy pasta. You know how it is in fantasy stories where, like, the swordsman is like the biggest racist around, and yet he has like a goblin wife. It's like it's the same idea that it'd be like, oh, Twi'leks can't stand them, and then it's like the person who and then like that's the person who has like the Twi'lek wife. That's like the image I get. It's like terrible. Can't stand those banthas, and then has like a bantha wife. Maybe I misread what you said. I'm not looking to discuss it right now, because I'll just make myself annoyed again. What I said was in relation to moving on from that, not dwelling on it. Yes. So it... Perhaps I did misunderstand. But, like I said, don't really feel the need to dwell on it. Probably better if I don't. Right, I'm gonna need the grapple here. Well, I hope the day does get better for you. Oh, I have to get on top of the sandcrawler. This seems like relatively small for a sandcrawler. They're meant to be taller, aren't they? Oh. Oh, okay. That just took me down. There's a whole bunch of studs up there, probably, like, fading away that I haven't... Oh, never mind. It's like one. One stud. It did collect all of them. It's an average size sandcrawler, okay? How many sandcrawlers have you seen? Perfectly normal. Jeez. Gonk. Bonk. They added like the ability to play as like an explosive gonk, didn't they, in Skywalker Saga? This is way more my scene, like modern, That's understandable. I assume it's just like a really busy season. Nah, it's alright. When it needs to be done. If anything, I could probably make use of the time. Going forwards, I am probably going to collab less on a lot of things, so it will be easier just to have a sort of designated day or time, and if that needs to change, then we will change it. I need to rethink. No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. It's not just you. Brother and IRL streamer, IRL brother speedrun streamer, Garlips, also wanted my help Thursday, Friday, Saturday. He had my help on Thursday. And then when I said, look, I'm free, let me help out, on Friday, nothing. When I said, look, let me help out on Saturday, nothing. After I had dedicated that time. So, it's not just you. There were a few cases this past week. As a result, I ended up streaming on one day, which was the Wednesday. So, I am just going to be a little bit more firm now about collabs and stuff like that. I'm not going to be, like, full-on attack. You don't have to worry. I'm not going to be, like, so when are we streaming, what day, what hour? Do you have everything set up? Do you have webcam set up? Can people hear my voice properly? Am I right volume? Do you have the game installed? Do you have game patched? Okay, I'm not going to be like that level, but I am just going to be a little bit more firm. It's all. Just to make sure that, you know, everything's set in place. No hard feelings. No ill will or anger or anything there. Just, I had a shit week for things not falling in place. So, I'm not going to let things all out of place again. That's... The main concerns I have right now is the government wants to have a phone call with me on Tuesday. I'm told it's a routine thing. That they do checks into your, business history. If you are self-employed, like I am, then you have to report your income, and they can ask at any time to do a routine check, look through your finances, just make sure that you're not, on the fiddle, that you're not, like, engaging in any sort of, like, business fraud or whatever. The issue I have is that in treating people like that, you just make it scary for them. Like, I now feel like I'm under, like, attack and observation. Like, I'm doing my absolute best to report everything, like, financially. Make sure that I get all that information accurate. And apparently I still fucked up somehow. Yeah, victimized, perhaps. Maybe a little bit, yeah. So it's... I've not been in this situation before where I've had to report finances and then someone has come back and said, we need to double check this for whatever reason. And that's where we're at. We're at they want a phone call with me, presumably to go through the information I gave them. Now, I know I've done nothing wrong. I know that I am following procedure to the best of my ability. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. I just... Once I have the upshot of this phone call, and I know if there's going to be some sort of, like, issue or not, then I can work around that. The problem, like, right now, it's colossal. I can't even begin to imagine the size of the issue. Once I have this phone call on Tuesday, I will know what the size of the issue is. And then regardless of how big or small or non-existent the issue is, fingers crossed that it's non-existent, but once I know the size of the issue, I can work to correct the issue. All the while, I don't know what's going on. I feel naturally way more on edge and uncomfortable and worried. Where I'm at currently is at the worry stage. And, I'm a catastrophizer. I see even so much as one thing go wrong and I panic. I enter full-on panic mode. Once I know what it is, it's fine. I can work around it. If they say, you hadn't made it clear how you were spending the money, this behavior looks suspicious, and I turn around and say, this is what this payment is for, this is not related to my business, but this is a personal expenditure, then, you know, they might go, okay, well, in which case that's cleared up everything we wanted to know. Or they might say, this is technically a business expenditure and you're going to want to mark this in future as a business expense. Or there was a subscription service I paid for as part of the business, and then I ended up cancelling within 48 hours and getting a refund on it. And even though I'd got a refund for the subscription service, there was a fee. Because it was a transaction made in a foreign currency. So it's possible that they had an issue with me claiming the fee as a business expense without the related subscription that was refunded. What I probably should have done, and this is where I think they've got an issue, what I probably should have done is reported the expenditure on the subscription service and then reported the refund from the subscription service instead of just reporting the fee. And I suspect that's what they've got the issue with. And if it is, then it is just as simple as explaining in a conversation, like I have just now, explaining in a conversation why I did it that way, and that I now realize that, you know, I was wrong to do it that way. Simple pimple. If it's that, then it's as simple as just having a conversation with them. In which case, they'll probably send me another online form to fill in, and this time I just put that cost as an expense. So I think it's just that. I think it's just a mistake and or misunderstanding. And, you know, the annoying thing is that it's Tuesday, right? Not only is it Tuesday, but it's like Tuesday 1 p.m. So it's like in the middle of like what would normally be stream time for me. So it's like double annoying. But yeah, you guys know me. You guys know that I would not do some sort of ridiculous cash fiddle. So it's interesting because as far as the law is concerned about recording conversations, you can, if you have reason to believe that something nefarious would take place. But you have to have that, you have to be able to make a case for believing that something nefarious would happen. I don't believe something nefarious would happen because, for all its faults, I still trust my government to do the right thing and engage in due process. Now, I know there's a lot of people that would say, oh my god, why would you? I still do, to a certain extent, trust my government to follow due process. So... Right. I know that. You all know that. What's the worst that can happen? Sorry if I stress you up more. No, it's fine because when you are catastrophizing, it is good to know what the worst case scenario is. So the worst case scenario would be that they would sanction me on universal credit. So they would either stop my money for one payment, or they would reduce the payment. That is a possibility. If it were to happen, it's not like I'm in the worst case scenario where I am right now. You know, I'm lucky. I live with my parents. I have some financial support. Not everyone does. But I very much doubt that would happen. If they have a concern with my reporting, I feel like it would be a slap on the wrist. You know, there's enough proof that I am actually attempting really hard to get a business off the ground here. You know, I'm not pocketing the money and running. You know? Not engaging in any sort of fraud or scam. I'm happy to read the Universal Credit Journal page. Appointment to review your Universal Credit claim, discuss the information you have already provided, and for you to provide further evidence, is what it says. Make sure you have access to any documents that you have already provided during the interview. This will help us make sure you're getting the right payment. So let's break this down. This appointment is to purpose. Review your Universal Credit claim. Why? Why do they need to review the claim? The claim review should happen at a Universal Credit appointment in person with a work coach. So that is concerning language to me. To review your Universal Credit claim. Suspicious. Discuss the information you have already provided. So they asked me to send them bank statements. So I sent them bank statements. Now, they might have an issue with the 20-something pound I have in my post office savings account that I haven't touched in 15 years. In which case, cool, I don't even know how much is in there. I don't even know how to access that money. And even if I did have £23 in savings, that wouldn't affect Universal Credit claim. But okay, maybe they have a concern with that. Maybe they need me to tell them about my Universal, the money I have in the post office, like 23 quid or whatever. And for you to provide further evidence. They don't need any further evidence. But if they do, I can get them receipts for things like Restream, subscription, Printful, t-shirt, cost fulfillment. The language is confusing. I sent a message in my journal on the 20th. So on Friday. And I didn't get a response. Now, granted, it was quite late in the day on Friday. But it was only an hour... Well, it was only 10 minutes after I'd received the text message telling me that I had the appointment. And I haven't had a response yet. And I probably won't get a response until Monday. And the response will probably be along the lines of what I got previously, which was... A claim check is a routine check, and they can happen randomly. Claim checks are to check your eligibility with Universal Credit and to check that your payments are correct. So if we are just to take that on face value, then the phone call is, ring, 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 is that Matthew? Yes. Can you answer these questions, date of birth, phone number, blah, blah, blah. Are we speaking to definitely Matthew and not someone else pretending to be Matthew? Yes, you're speaking to Matthew, hurry up. Okay. You provided this information, blah, 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 to us. And then whether they have a concern or not, then that would be revealed or explained. And then, presumably, at the end of the phone call, yes, there is nothing wrong with your Universal Credit claim. You can continue to claim. Or there is an issue and this is why this needs to be, yeah, it's the strict language that's the disturbing and or confusing part. Because it's like a Universal Credit like claim check. It's like who is asking for that? The government is asking for that? It's not me. I didn't ask to have my claim checked. We'll see how it goes. It's It's freaking me out, but I feel a lot better at least having talked about it with you guys. That's kind of chilled me out a little bit on it. Made me worry a bit less. Thank you, thank you. It's already clear to me that the government wants me back to looking for work, standard employment, with the self-employment as the side, not the main source of income. Which, okay, fine. If that happens, that happens. I can work with it. I would be looking for weekend or midweek work. 2 or 3 days a week tops. Because in order to make what I have started working towards work for me, I can't be in a full-time job, because that means I don't have the time to dedicate to the self-employment. The business that I have started so very hard to formulate and gestate. So I would be looking for 2 to 3 days. Yeah, precisely. I've been looking and employers don't want me for whatever reason. Maybe some employers are pagonophobes and they don't like men with beards. Maybe they see me with my retail experience and they go, oh no, this person's after my job, which is highly likely. Well, guess what? I'm not after their shitty management job anymore. I don't give a shit about a management position anymore. I don't want to be in a management position for any other company but mine. Right? So I don't care about some shitty behind-the-desk job. You know, I don't care about, like, getting myself to, you know, stupid level. I don't care. I don't care. I just care about having a job that will financially support my self-employment. Now, the job center would probably want me to look for a job that's full-time. They would probably want me to look for a job that's full-time. But that is a conversation for me to have with my work coach. Not the person who I've never met, who's doing the claim check I never asked for. Okay? That's a conversation for me and my work coach. I think that's our last achievement for the day. Gopher, maxing out our stud counter. We've done pretty good. We got 6 achievements today. We had this one from a previous attempt to play the game years ago, possibly on a cracked copy, of defeating Jar Jar 20 times. But then today we achieved completing Phantom Menace, destroying 300 droids, completing Attack of the Clones, defeating 5 enemies in 1 attack with the Jedi Super Slam, finishing Episode 3 in story mode, and maxing out our stud counter. So, I feel like we've done pretty well. Before we finish off for today, and I end the live stream, I do want to go to the store and pick up the characters that are now available, that weren't available before. There's not going to be many of them. There might not be many vehicles either, but yeah. In terms of extras, they're probably... I don't think I remember picking up a red brick. Yeah, it would be not spinning, but it would be in color. Gold Brick 5 is available. So we have done 36.3% of this game today, which is pretty good. Progress since the last saving will be lost. I think it saves when you buy stuff from the store. So we could just as easily check that by loading straight back in. Oh, look! We got the Twitch bot right before I finished today. Couldn't have a single stream without the Twitch bots, huh? Yeah, so it did save the characters we bought in the store. Okay. I'm satisfied. Right, thank you very much for coming today. Thank you very much for listening to me talk through the current situation and what's freaking me out about Tuesday. I'll feel a lot better after Tuesday, I'm sure. It's just, yeah, look online and you don't really get a straight answer when you Google like this terminology. Just people saying, all these checks happen, and then like literally no other forum post afterwards. All right. Until next time, if we live that long, take care, everybody. I appreciate you. Take care. Bye-bye.